Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. I am the Armchair Grump, and hopefully my audio is coming through to you. I have primarily the same setup as last time, except a new camera. I just don't know if my computer likes to screw up quite a bit. So, just a second as I hopefully bring this up on my phone and I can see if I'm getting heard. Let's see. Usually I don't type in my own name. So, stop it. Armchair Grump. Do, 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 do. Hey, sounds like I'm coming through pretty well. It sounds like I got a little bit of an echo. Maybe if I move this off to the side or if I talk a little quieter. Or is that just me? I mean, my phone volume might be. Yeah, my phone volume's all the way up. Yeah, so it's not bad. Hey, what do you know? We're live on YouTube. Sorry for everybody that normally I would stream on Twitch today, playing video games and stuff, but had a really bad morning. Stomach was bothering me. So, actually, where is the chat? Shoot, I just... Still new to this, as far as I can stream. I was trying to bring up the chat, accidentally closed it out. So, yeah, I got a puppy right behind me. She's hanging out on the couch that's behind me. So, hey, I hope the camera looks a little bit better. I think so. See my headset here. That's going to be my headset for... my J drama going in the background. Currently, I'm watching one called Radiation House, Part 2, I guess. It's about radiologists and their technicians in Japan. Well, obviously, it's a J drama, so I'm hoping to bring in the future some videos. Now that I got a camera, I'm getting more used to YouTube and all the recording. I'm really hoping to dagnabbit. Let's just say I'm not using the high C's to get my stuff. Otherwise, it's very hard to find. Oh my gosh. And the PlayStation doesn't let you put in ad blocker, of course. You would think it'd have a built-in ad blocker. This is where we left off last time. We got the main body here. Turn the volume down on my headset. I noticed, I don't know if this has an autofocus. Doesn't look like it. So I'm not going to complain about that. So this is the main body. This is the side view. This is the left arm. This is the right arm socket. So this will be the front view. It's got like I said, it's got like kind of like the front, like a jet engine or like, I don't know what you call it. Well, I guess it's kind of like a battle cruiser front, the front of a ship. But they also have kind of a fin design like this on a lot of airplanes nowadays, the fighter jets and stuff. So this is what it looks like. It's got this spinal column down here. So I'll show you on the thing here. So all this was... Where we're here, I'm going the wrong way. From up here all the way down to here. So now we're going to be doing the head. It looks like most of the parts for the head are B and C. Actually, I don't see any other parts. B, C, B, 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 C, 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 B, B. Yeah, it's all B and C. So that'll make it real easy. Here's our C, is the white. And our B, I believe, is this multicolored frame. Yep. There. I'm going to get rid of this plastic. I'm just going to make sure nothing's going on. I want to make sure the audio is still going okay. All right. Sorry, I bumped the thing there. I was going to say, how do I... Oh, there it is. Okay. You will see in the future as we continue to do more of these things. I'm very, I don't know, I don't know if it's right brain or I think it's right brain, left brain's math, right brain, but I'm very not clean. I know there's a lot of artists that are clean and stuff, but I'm not. I'm very chaotic. My stuff is everywhere. Make a mess. Sometimes it helps me, sometimes it doesn't, but it's also probably what makes me slow down, but also kind of helps me feel more creative a lot of times. It drives my mom nuts. She's very cleanly. That's the crazy thing. She's also very artistic, but she's the exact opposite, and she cleans up everything. All right, so got B4, B6. B4, B6. Now that I got this camera too, I'm really hoping in the future we can do some magic. Set up a table, do some magic with friends. That would be fun. I think it's a B. Yeah, it's a B4, B6. I see B6. Got B6 right there. Now these ones are nice. Because like they have additional little push-offs from the areas. They have little hinges here that it looks like parts are gonna connect to. Mm-hmm. Put that over there. So that's B6. I see B1, 2, 3. There's 4. 4 is red. I'll try to keep everything in focus. C28. C28. Sounds like I'm playing bingo. Now this one's a really small piece, so just being careful. I'm going to try and cut this one. And be careful because with how much force you're applying to it, when you cut the second one, I either suggest holding it like this and be careful not to cut yourself, or just be careful how much you could always, if like this one's, we don't have, well, it doesn't matter. It still went flying. So like, look how small this is. I mean, it's blurry, but you can still see how small it is in comparison. So that little sucker went flying as soon as I got B-27, B-28. B-27, B-28. 27, 28. You know, if you're not, especially if you're not good at painting, not I wouldn't suggest going for like the highest. I think HG is the most pieces. I don't know what the is it HG or RG? Just look if you want to start model making and you don't mind Gundam. I don't know, because everyone has their own thing. Like some people like trains, some people like some people like robots, some people like airplanes, some people like whatever you like. But if you like robots, Gundam's a good one to start with. I mean, there might be some easier things out there. There's some Pokemon ones you can do that are like almost like puzzles, snap together puzzles. But Gundam's a really good one to start, especially helping you learn to clean off the scruff or whatever it's called, the shaft from your from like your pieces, and learning how to trim. So if you don't want to paint, they look very cool. They still look really cool without painting and much decoration. They come with stickers that make a lot of decent detail. So, and they have lots of models that don't have a lot of pieces. They have very good beginner pieces, I would say, versus like these where there's easily like 400 pieces, I think, maybe 300. I don't know. I'd have to look at the number count, but still there's a decent amount. So this, like, even this might be a little overwhelming for a younger kid. Here, I'll actually, since I have the camera now, I'm going to go ahead and show you real quick what I would show as like a decent beginner one. I would consider this one. I don't remember what the name of this is. I have the box somewhere, but this one's not bad comparatively. It's very basic. They probably even have more basic ones, I would say. But for a kid who wants to do, when I say a kid, I would say like somewhere between 8 and 10, or yeah, probably between like 8 and 12. 8 and 10, 8 and 12. Obviously determine whether or not you're 8-year-old. Like even me, like you can, I don't know if you can see it here on the shoulder. I didn't clean it very well. This is one of my first ones. So I'll probably go back and finish. I'll probably clean it up now that I have more pieces. So yeah. But yeah, so this one's not very difficult compared to some of the other ones, which have a lot more pieces. And some of the ones that are a lot more difficult, I wouldn't even grab and bring down. So, and of course, these are the a lot smaller Gundams. They have much larger Gundams, much more difficult Gundams. So even these, like this is like the easiest, or I would say some of the smallest and simpler of the ones. Compared to obviously some of the toughest ones. They have some really, really big, really cool ones that are like hundreds of dollars. This was like a $12 one. That's the great thing too. They're very affordable. I think this one was $12 or $15. So this was like a $12 or $15 kit. So pretty very very, and it was Hobby Lobby, so very affordable. I went and stepped on my earbud as I was putting away my Gundam. Good chance I probably broke it. No, that's way behind. I was trying to catch up to the stream. For some reason, my phone paused. All right, so where were we? Let's pull this down a bit. Be careful. So I use this. I use a white. Shoot. I use a white paper towel. Make sure you don't lose your pieces. Maybe a darker. So I usually have. I don't know where it's at. I have a cutting mat that's got like I don't know what you call. You can measure on it. Something you might use, like you put fabric on it and it's got measurements on it, and then you can cut paper or something. Cutting mat. I don't know where it got pushed off to. I moved it because I've got this huge puzzle. You can't see it at the moment, but I've got this huge 19-inch by 24-inch puzzle of a dragon up here that I finished. So I moved it off somewhere. But usually I have that and it's black and it's easier to see some of the pieces. So use something that it's easier to see the color of your pieces. Because I could easily bump that white piece off and lose it. So B28, B27. Let's get this out of the way. '28, 27. So the yellow piece, we already have 27. Also forgot. I should have put it in the description. I was going to. Today's Japanese word of the day is shiraberu. I think we're gonna go with shiraberu, which is shiraberu, which is to look into, like to look into something, to look into a matter. Shiraberu. So if you follow me on Twitter, every time I do a stream, at least once a day, I'll put up a new word. I try to do a word every day. Sometimes two. I try to learn a word. So this one's being a little difficult. For some reason, it doesn't want to cut through. So come on. I'm afraid I'm going to break the piece. Did I already go through? Oh, it already went through. So what is holding you on here? Oh. This one doesn't snap through. So let's see if you can see here. For pieces like this looks like it's gonna, this piece right here looks like it's going to insert. It's a little stub. Looks like it'll insert into like a socket or something, kind of like this. they'll just insert. So if you don't do the best job cleaning it off, or I say cleaning it off, but if it looks like there's some warping like on the plastic, it doesn't look the prettiest. Don't feel like you have to shade it down the most. It's not like I said, even if you make it the smoothest and it looks like there's some warping, the paint is chipped or something like that. Don't worry about it. As long as it's smooth and it'll rotate, you're fine if it's going into a socket because you're not going to see it. So worry about more of the pieces that are going to be showing on the outside and how delicate you are with those. So that one was 28. So 20, 27, 28. I'll put them in like that so they match the picture on instructions. The rest, nope, the next three are C10, C9. C10, C9. Just because these pieces are so small, we're going to try and... No. Now, normally the engineering on these things are pretty good, but this bracket is really annoying. It's very close. It's hard to get in with the wire cutters to get these pieces off. Now I'm using fat wire cutters. I could be using actually I have a pair of skinny ones. Where is the skinny ones? Now, kind of annoying. The top of these ones, they were pointed. The top of this one broke off, but it looks like both have now broken off from storage. So they're both flat. So these ones are obviously a lot skinnier. So now you gotta be careful because if I get too, these ones for some reason are a lot easier to pull out plastic from the piece. So you'll have a divot in your piece. So what I like to do is turn them around again. So there's a little divot in here. That way where you're cutting is a little bit away from the plastic. And that way you have a little bit, you'll have a little bit of piece hanging off of here. I think you can see under my nail. This is going to come off, but it's not the end of the world. It's easy to come off, but it's easier to do when you're off of the, I keep forgetting what this is called, but when you're off of it. Where are we here? I'm trying to see. Whoop. Here we go. All right. Looks like it came off all pretty clear. So Next one's C8. There it is. These ones are kind of small. So all right, the next two, B5, B29. So that one's B8. And then B5. Where you at? B5. Oh, sorry, that was B5. Sorry, we need B29. Seven, 29. The crown. Whoa. Always be prepared for pieces to go flying, so keep an eye out. I haven't lost any pieces yet, luckily. But so I haven't lost any pieces yet, but quite a few little ones have gone flying. So always try to keep your floor clear. If you can, keep like a either a dark or light rug. Like if you're a lot of pieces are dark, don't like have a bespeckled rug or something. I have this like tan rug. But yeah, don't do a dark, like a tan rug or a brown, something like that would probably work better because you have lots of black and white pieces, yellow pieces. You don't have many brown pieces, to be honest. So that's all the pieces then for the head. So we're gonna go ahead and start cleaning here. So on each side of these, this looks like it's gonna be a hinge. So this is what I was talking about. As long as you get it clear and smooth, doesn't matter if it's got a little bit of discoloration or something. Even like I said, Darker pieces are the interior skeleton. So if you get a little mark here or there, it's not the end of the world. It's not going to be on the outside. So now I don't know if it's appropriate, but I do pull the knife towards me. Boy Scouts, they always told you to have the knife go away, but when clean, like I don't know, I try to like put my thumb underneath the brace and then have it go over top. That way, hopefully, it'll go over. In case like I miss, but my thumb has gotten used. I've also become less stiff. I've become less brash with my knife. I when I first started cleaning and trimming stuff, I used to have cuts. The other thing too is you could wrap your thumb in like a band-aid beforehand to protect your thumb. I don't know if they have, like what are those page turners? The rubber page turners. Use one of those rubber page turners. You might eventually cut it, slice it up, but as you get better, you'll cut it less, but it'll protect your finger. What's going on with this? This is one that you can replace these blades, and this one's loose. The metal thing keeps wanting to unturn. It's got like a pin top. Even if it's gonna be on the inside, I still like to take my time. Kind of feel like just like feeling like a craftsman, cutting away the extra stuff. Now be very careful with these small pieces because you could accidentally just yank or pull off part. There's this when you're trying to take off the part that's extra, you could actually just take off the whole thing. So be very, very light. Don't dig down, kind of just lightly scrape across the top. Some people just like if you have a sander, if you have like a nail file. I have this. I have this package of nail files I got at Hobby Lobby. I can't remember his name. I'll look him up. I should give credit to him. There's this guy that makes really good Gundam videos. I think he started doing it during the COOF. So just like nail filers, like sanding paper, some smoother than others. And some people just like to use sanding paper, or like they look like nail files, like those fat nail files. And there's a variety. You can make your own, or you can buy them. So you just get sandpaper and then wrap it around the nail, like a thumbs. What do you call them? Popsicle stick. That's what he did. Or you can, I think you can buy them pre-made. I don't know where to buy them pre-made though. So, and again, small piece though, you could easily file it down too much. So I've learned the knife is pretty easy for me. This one I think was only 2 areas. Now, this is like I said, this one we gotta be really careful. This is a really small white piece. Where's this one gonna go? This goes in between these two pieces, so it's just like I think it's like where the eyes are. It's in behind the visor. So it's gonna be very hard here. Sorry to see what I do, but I have two little bits of junk on each side. Make sure. Yeah, it looks like. Trying to see what the best way to do. So this one I'm using kind of like a saw because it's kind of hard to get the leverage. So I'm going to do this off camera, but what I'm doing, because I have the paper here, so what I'm doing is I'm laying this down and I'm going to cut it like I don't know, like you're cutting meat. I'm going to cut it like this to try and trim off some of the extra. So I got most of it. So this little extra bit is going to be easier to get. All right, there we go. Sorry. Trying to concentrate. Unfortunately, I was quiet. You're not supposed to be quiet during a stream. All right, this one too has a bit chunk. All right, that one came off pretty easily. I didn't have to really saw it. So look how small this is. Now, some people like to use tweezers to hold the piece, but it's really hard. So unless it's really tiny, in which case you might want to use like a vise, some sort of small vise. I do have I have a thing, but right now it's actually holding an X-wing fighter's wings for me that I need to finish painting, which we might do at some point. But I botched that job, so it's going to be a salvage job. I mean, it's mainly a salvage job on the painting, so I got too far ahead in the model making. I should have painted certain parts individually, and I did. Live and learn, and that's the problem. Is I don't have anyone to really help teach me on how to do certain things, so it's just making certain things much more difficult than they should be. But I guess it's not a huge deal. When doing models, it's always smart. Yes, if you have certain things like the body or fuselage of a plane or a model, that you can paint all at once, but otherwise, painting certain things individually is always the right move. We're almost got this. Now, I wouldn't suggest doing this. I've gotten. There we go. Yeah, it wasn't bad. It popped right off. So I would suggest trying to use uh, sandpaper, or like the nail files I showed, or not nail files, but files. I've just gotten so used to using these. I knew I could probably pop it off without much difficulty. But if you're newer, there's a better chance that you just take a chunk out of it. So if it's small, really small like that. But do what you think is more comfortable to you. If you feel like you're going to sand it down too much, then go ahead and use the clipper. I just know in my experience, it's a lot easier to take a chunk out. If you clip something, it likes to grab the plastic underneath of what you're trying to cut, and then it'll take a big divot. Like, I don't know, like it's like if you're trying, so like what, it's like trying to pull up a plant. If you're trying to weed something, if you try to grab the top of the plant and pull it out, it's not just going to pull the plant; it's going to pull the dirt and the roots underneath, and you're just going to have that. You're going to have that hole in the ground, and that's what happens. Is you try to cut or trim that piece, and for some reason it'll snag sometimes the plastic underneath, and it'll kind of trim. Now, I guess if you don't, it's probably if you have a cheap pair of scissors, or if you don't apply enough pressure at first, like I do, and I go too slow. If you trim them, if you put enough pressure, and if you have a sharp pair of clippers, then it might not be big of a deal. So it might be me not putting enough pressure or something. But as I've gone, I've had less issues like that. Sometimes it's the plastic's soft or something. If it's hard to see, just best thing to do is kind of feel how smooth it is and see if there's color discoloration. Discoloration. And if there isn't, then you got rid of what you. Sorry, for some reason the mic thing just popped up on my. For some reason the mic turned on. Did my. No, I thought my dog had laid on something. Mm-hmm. I I always since I've this has really helped me with learning to to use the knife and carve and take off like the chaff. And leave just what I want. So I've always wondered if I should take up some sort of not whittling, carving or something. I know it's completely different, but maybe there's something I gotten really handy with cutting and stuff like that. So I'm trying to find out where I can apply my trade. This one's, yeah, see, like right there, I wasn't smart enough. I didn't put my thumb far now, and I just got a cut. So, all right, this one we could use a file on. It's kind of rough plastic, so. Hello there, and thanks for stopping in. Trying not to take too much off the side. I'm trying to just go from the top. Took most of the hard stuff away, so I'm just take the rest off. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, file and sanding paper really help if it's really hard plastic. I don't know, sometimes it just gets like really wiry or really chunky. And then that was a hard file. So where'd I put? Just a second. Oh, there it is. This is that was a really hard like rough file. So sorry, I try not to move the camera as much. Try smooth this out a little bit. All right. It looks pretty good. I gotta find. I got some sponges, which probably would do the trick to kind of smooth it and polish it. I just need to find that. It's a rough side. Problem is the sponges have all those darn holes. I need to find that rag, the polishing rag I had. It's like silky smooth, very light. It almost has a grit. It's just a polishing rag. It came with the sandpaper, so that you could polish after you sandpapered something to try and smooth out some of the light cuts and lines that the sandpaper leaves. So that works. I mean, you could just take a normal cloth and it would do it, but just a smooth, silky towel or tends to make it go quicker. All right. Give me one quick second. No! That's not what I wanted to do, of course. Of course, I screwed up. I screwed up. That was easy. I just took the big chunk of the white stuff off. Let's see if I can get a lighter one here. This is almost like paper. Just want to smooth this out. Just smooth it out. Be careful. Don't try to go over the edges because the edges will round out, especially if they're, like this. They're sharp corners. Even if it's a light sandpaper, the more you go over them, the more it's going to round them out. All right. You probably can't see it just because of how small it is, unfortunately. But I just, the cutting into the plastic left a little bit of divoting. So I just needed a very light sandpaper because the divots were very small. So that's that one. I have another one here, but I think there's a back piece here. Can't tell. Is that a little bit in the front? I think so. I think these had 3 parts. The thing is like those popsicle sandpaper, these loose ones, if you just take your finger, either fold it like this and get in there, that works really well, or get your finger in here, or something like this where you want it, work very well for small pieces. Popsicle, the thicker popsicle sticks are a lot harder to get in a lot of nooks and crannies if you need to. And I can't find nail files that are lighter grit. They're very, very hard. So just be careful if you're going to use a nail. I keep saying nail file. I mean file. Because the file is definitely skinny enough. But how hard it is, it's going to rip through this plastic. Because the plastic's a lot, it's not, it's like, this is meant for metal or really hard plastic. That's why you got to be gentle with it. I go lightly. Or it's meant for going through big chunks of plastic if there's lots of leftover stuff from the cutout. All right, this piece is almost done. I don't know about anyone else, but I just find it very relaxing. I like to do this on a bigger model, like a bigger scale. I definitely want to go, but if I go onto a bigger model, like the big ones, the really expensive ones, they're, sometimes gonna be a couple feet tall or foot tall. Some big size ones. I think I would want to do some painting or something. Maybe not like crazy painting, but some, I don't know what they call it. I just want to do not paint each piece or something, but light. What do they call it? I don't think it's called dry painting, but yeah, maybe it's called dry painting. But where you put like some battle scarring over it, give a little dusting. Yeah, give it some make it look a little weathered, but not change the colors per se. I'm gonna leave the plastic colors what they are. Just make it look a little weathered. Some dry painting maybe. All right. Okay. Ugh. These the high she's are filled with commercials. You know, things like Netflix. Like, why do people even pay for Netflix anymore? There's as many. Well, unless you pay absorbent amount for the a lot of the commercial free stuff, which is just so expensive nowadays. And then you have the ones that are have commercials, which I mean, just just as bad as you know the places that you're not supposed to go. So it's like you're gonna make me watch commercials and make me pay when I can go find it somewhere that just makes me watch some commercials. Or if I have like a VPN or an ad blocker, it probably doesn't even force me to watch commercials. But if you had like an ad blocker, they would. Well, I don't think an ad blocker works on would work on Netflix. VPN will though. Okay, so did I get both these pieces or did I just get one? No, I just got the one. Again, that large chunk just came off real easy. So if you get large chunks of plastic, now this isn't that big, but if you get bigger pieces, or I would even keep some of these smaller pieces, I would leave them like I sometimes have like a Tupperware bowl or just a bowl. I'll set them in the side because if you do take a divot out or something, you might be able to take them, smush some of this softer plastic in, and fix it and repair it. They also have filler putty and stuff like that, but so I would just save some of the plastic sometimes, especially the soft. If you got little bit chunks, you don't have to save like each little piece, but I do that just in case I take a random chunk out. And down he goes. I'm watching that radiation house. Kid's doing a sprinting, doing a sprint, and he lined up and ran and I think he won. He got to the end of the race and he turned around and waved, and then he turned around to like go on and he just collapsed. That's gonna be like one of the scariest things as a parent is just seeing your kid collapse out there. They look fine all of a sudden and they just collapse. I had the coof, and the worst part about it was I was so tired. I just wasn't drinking or eating because I was sleeping so much. So I got dehydrated. And when we went to the doctor to get some medicine, I went to go sit up on the. I was walking around and stuff after sleeping and laying down for the longest time, and I passed out. I started to pass out because of lack, being dehydrated, lack of intake, and my mom like freaked out because I was getting up onto they were gonna do a checkup on me, just check to make sure that everything was the coof and I didn't like have any other issues. And I started to get up on the bed that they have at the doctors, and all of a sudden I just started to slump forward because it was so high up. It's high up off the ground. I started to slump forward, and I was going to take like a 4-foot dive into the floor. Like a 3.5, 4-foot dive into the floor, and they had to grab me. She just started to freak out. And it was like this terrible woozy. I hadn't felt so woozy. I haven't collapsed before. Well, that's true. It's not that I haven't collapsed. It's been a very long time since I collapsed. I think I might have had like an asthma attack when I was younger. That's been a long time. So it was a very interesting sensation. It felt like I was floating. It felt like I was going upwards instead of falling. It was a very weird sensation. Okay, that one was really easy. All this white plastic came off really easy, so that one's clear. Yeah, this is the mask or forward helmet, kind of like I think the visor part. That one popped off easy. If you make good cuts, a lot of times they'll pop off pretty easy. So, and especially Bandai Namco does a really good job. Bandai Namco, I think, is probably one of the best at engineering these and making them to come off. I haven't done a whole bunch of other stuff. I've done some airplane kits and some other kits, but sorry, all of a sudden I looked at the screen and I was seeing the kid. But they are like Bandai Namco was a person. They I haven't so I don't have much experience with a whole bunch of other ones, but they're really good. A lot of the other people I've worked with, some of them are okay. I can't name them off the top of my head except for Revel, which has a lot of older kits that are like even from the 70s and 80s, and they haven't updated those kits at all. And I got one kit that I guess was engineered back in the 80s or something, and that's a pretty bad. Like you have to clean it up, fix it. A lot of the pieces don't fit together. These all work very nicely. The pieces slip together real nice. So they come off the parts. You don't feel like there's too much extra stuff, or like there's not like a whole bunch of extra connecting parts that aren't needed. So, and that makes it a lot easier on you, but not just easier, but it also makes it so there's less likely to have issues with the plastic. So, tearing. Now, there's a big chunk of plastic here at the back. It's very fat. So I'm going to making sure I didn't dig in too far. Doesn't look like it. Sorry, I'm trying to keep my hands as far forward as possible. Might be able to try to adjust this a little forward. That didn't work very well. Didn't want to bump the mic there. Let's see if I can't. Hopefully that's a little better. Hopefully I can keep my hands at about right. So I'm going to use this file. Here we go. This is a weird piece. I can't tell if it's angled or what. I think we've gotten most of it. I'm afraid I might have taken too much off, but I think I can't really tell. I can't tell where the part began, where the well, I guess we'll find out in a minute. All right. So that's done. This done. This is the last piece. So we got this big. I think this was the only one. Only connector was right here. So. Now that we have it off the thing, I'm just going to try and snip this a little bit more. There we go. Oops. Don't fall, please. All right. Let's see. How much did we? Okay, we still got a little bit of chaff here. So this is the headpiece is probably really important to make sure this is really smooth once we're finished. I'm gonna try something real quick. I don't want. I want to know if it makes this light any better or. I think I plugged in. Oh shoot. That's mic. That's mouse. That's camera. Okay. Never mind. I can't plug it in. I have an extra light here above me, and I already got a mouse. Well, I could unplug the mouse, I guess. the mic and the camera, the two necessities. Okay, so I got most of the stuff off. I'm just trying to smooth out anywhere we might have divoted into the main piece. That's pretty good. There's a couple small divots, but yeah. Okay, since we have that, then where is we'll smooth it out. I really want to get my polishing rag back. Take this smooth part of the sponge. Actually, I got it better. I got real sponge. Real sponge. This will probably polish it out a little bit. They haven't. Sorry about that. I'll get my hands off the table. So since the sponge is clean, it's still pretty dry too. It's very smooth. It'll help get any of those grit lines and stuff out. Smooth it out. Yeah, it's pretty smooth. And we didn't take any, it doesn't look like we took really much of that center line out of the crown. And I can't even tell which way. I think that's the bottom of the crown anyways. So this is the top, and the side that the connector was on the bottom. So, all right. So those are all the pieces. Now we get to put it together. All right. So this is this B6. Now, oops. This is the small white piece. This is C28. You got to make sure it goes in the right way. So B6 has got to face like this. It's got to have the hinge on top. Man, they make the picture the hardest to see sometimes. So using a pair of tweezers might be helpful, but I think I got this one. So this one goes. I wish I could get it to focus, but unfortunately not. So anyways, you take C28, you got to put it on the B6 first, which is the small white piece that we were trying to make sure we didn't lose. And then we take B4. So this one actually matters about what order you put it in. So make sure when you're following the instructions, if you see in the steps, if you see like 1, 2 or 1, 2, 3, when you're putting the pieces, when it shows the pieces going on, if you see numbers next to them, make sure to follow those, because if you do it in the wrong order, sometimes you'll not be able to get a piece in, and you have to pull it apart. And then this is the red visor clip. And it looks like the part that sticks out goes on the bottom. So this is B4, and this goes under the visor or over the visor. I'm trying to see exactly where it's supposed to go. It looks like it's supposed to go down. Oh wait, I think I actually have it flipped around. Okay, I made that wrong. So the little thumb, the little part sticking out actually goes up. And it slips right in here. Dear Lordy. Usually they only fit one way, so if it's not going in, usually they'll figure it out. There we go. I'll eventually, I mean, this is only our second stream, so eventually I'll figure out if I can get this camera to, I'm trying to figure out, oh, can I get it to focus? I'm trying to figure out if I can get it to focus. No, I don't think so. And the part's really small, so. But it goes gray part, or the dark blackish gray part, white part goes on top, and then it put the red part in. So the white part's kind of like the visor eye slot. This gray part is the inner skeleton, like the skull, and then the red is kind of like the chin that's going to go over the white visor. So after that, we're going to go, that goes set aside. We're going to have, oh, actually, yep, nope, we need that still. We need the two yellow pieces, B26 and B27. Take the head we just made. And they're going to be popping in on the sides. So this is where on the top, it looks like a hinge or two joints. And on the yellow piece that going on the sides, there's a big socket. So it's just slips in there relatively easily. It should. Just making sure I... Am I supposed to... It doesn't feel right. Okay, I got it backwards, I think. There we go. There we go. Come here, you. Get in there. There we go. And get in there. There we go. So you'll have little yellow pieces sticking off the back of the head. And they also have two more nubs that are something we'll attach to in the back of the head here coming up, it looks like. But not yet. So we got two more not yellow, white pieces. This one's easier to tell because it's a larger piece. Make sure I got it. This looks like it is the left one. So you'll have like you'll have a piece sticking up towards the top of the head. And this looks like it's going to stick into the back, or do they stick together? Yep, they do stick. They do both, it looks like. I love how, at least even in the smaller models, Gundam seems to have so much detail. They do have the box. They have some Boxer models, but I always like that over Transformers. A lot of the older Transformers tend to the older Transformers tend to be really boxy and just not my style. Like I have nothing against anybody that likes them. Uh, but now I never saw Gundam. I don't know how old Gundam is, so I don't know how they looked if they were older. I just know what relatively newer ones look like. So but that's what I always liked over them is they just weren't boxy. They had a more sleek, cool looking to me. How's this? There we go. Come on, pop in there. There we go. There we go. See if we can. So he's got that red chin. He's got the white visor, and now he's got white on the sides here too. And he's got a little bit of yellow sticking out the back with those two little nubs that you can kind of see if it wasn't so blurry. Two little nubs. Red chin, white visor just above the chin, right there. And this is kind of like his skull sticking out. Next, we're going to have... So this is what sticks on the back. There's like an opening here on the top part. So that's the opening goes on the top. And there's two little holes, and it pops right on there. Boop. Next part is this gray looking fin. I guess I would call it a fin. And it sticks right on top. There's a white little sticking out piece at the front of the head. Now, does this go in, or is it just... No, just pops right on top. There we go. See, there we go. Red side, of course, is the front of the head. And then we got this black fin under my thumb. Black fin, and then back of the head, and then white fins on the side. And then the last piece is, I guess, what do you call a crown? Kind of looks like the crown from Xerneas, the Pokemon from not X and Y, from X and Y. Where does it pop in? It looks like so there's a little slit between that top fin that we put in and the initial skull. The very first one of the very first pieces, the B6 that we were making, that we attached pretty much everything to. And it looks like it slides in right there. Just gotta find out. There we go. Bam. That's a cool looking head. See this? I like the aerodynamic, sleek, kind of jet. It looks like a jet to me. I don't know how else to put it. It has fins and everything. I always like that look over the Transformer looks. I haven't paid attention to newer Transformers, so they might not be as boxy nowadays, but the older ones were. I always like the concept of Transformers, but I like the design more off of the Gundam. All right, so there's the head. And can I pop on the... I think we can go ahead and pop it on here. Usually I kind of put all the pieces off to the side and wait. But there is the head on the body. From the side. the front, from the side, and from the back. So they're off to the side. There might be something we need to connect in there. I'm not quite sure. There might be something that goes around the neck. I don't see it. No, it doesn't look like it. It looks like it just pops on. But there might be I don't see it yet, but there might be sometimes like a couple of my pieces have like scarves and other stuff like that. So we will continue. Okay, next. All right, so I kind of like doing the arms. If we do like the arms and the legs, sometimes they're the exact same and it'll say do ×2. But this looks like there's difference. Obviously, they flip side side, but so I'm just going to go ahead and cut all the pieces, trim all those pieces, left arm, right arm. So I'm going to do left, right, or sorry, right, left. So I'll have the body right in the middle. And then we'll just trim them off and do them all at once. Because there's going to be just a lot of similar pieces and it's going to be trimming a lot of similar things. So it looks like C, A, B. Yeah, it looks like we're all over the place. C, A, B. Let's put our sponge away. B23. So if it's B23, we're going to check the other arm here real quick. It should be B24, I assume. No, they're both B23s. Okay, perfect. C32. So it looks like we need two C32s. Oh, I'm such a mess. Such a mess. C31. 32. There they are. So 232s. I love this. That it's kind of a, what is it called? ASMR. That's what that guy does. The guy, I can't remember his name. I think uh, during COVID he was doing the. I should say COVID. I think they demark you or put you down in the ranks. But anyways, during the coof, they he started his channel started. I don't know who he was before, but I just found him making Gundam models. I think I was looking up model making, and I found all of a sudden his Gundam model making, and he would do like an ASMR, like he would like click 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 click, and it was cool sounding, but it was really relaxing hearing the clipping sound. But it's still like every time I clip something with the clippers, it sounds very it's very soothing. Yeah, we did the B-23s. So C-32, B-23s, A-35. We haven't done A in a while, so which one's A? D. This one's A. He had great editing. I'm guessing he either done stuff like that before, or he was. I don't know if his YouTube channel did stuff before. He might have done other things before making Gundam models. I should probably look it up and see if I can find him again. Just give him credit. He made really good videos, though. See, if these pieces are really small or really skinny, I was trying to cut it with the pliers or with the wire cutters, and sometimes it just won't cut because it's so skinny. So you just got to do it with a knife. So that's A30. Well, that was 36, so I think I just fucked up. Hopefully, okay, A36 is on the other one. A36 goes on left arm, and A35 is on the other. So that's important. Make sure if one's number specific, make sure they go on the correct side, not the right side. That one must have been a little thicker because that one gave, and I could cut it with the wire cutters. 35. Now I need A24 for the right arm. A24. I'm guessing A25 for the other one, but I'm not sure yet. A24. Actually, there's 4 of them for some reason. Now remember, this dark material usually is the inner skeleton, so don't worry as much if you accidentally make a misclip. Well, I mean, like if you take a divot, like take a small chunk out of it or something, because make a miscoloration. So 24. So that's A24. Where's the other one? A24. A25. Yeah, that's right. A25. A25. Okay. Make sure that goes in the correct one. All right, next we're going to go to a whole bunch of Bs, it looks like. B17. The other one should be B16. B16. Oops, careful. And then B17, B16. B10, B12, B7. Okay, B10. Which one is that one? That one. Okay. Here's your big boy. It's a big boy. B10. All right, this is a fat sucker right here. So just be careful when doing this. Like this one where there's a large segment connected. That's where if you, trim too close, that's where it seems like the plastic likes to pull apart at the, take a chunk out of your piece. So if you trim too close, it'll like to rip apart a chunk. So just be careful of that. Try and trim away from the part. So that was B10, and then I need B12. Pieces just be flying everywhere. B7. Okay, we're going to go ahead and cut. So the other parts for the other arm are B13, B11, B7, which are right next. B7 is the same number as the other one. So two B7s, but then they're right across from the pieces. Ooh, that was close. I almost took out a chunk there. Luckily, it was really close. It's going to have a little discoloration, I think. I just went a little too fast. Usually if you get really close also, like that's where the discoloration comes from. I don't know why, but trimming it down with a knife or sanding it tends to help with the discoloration. So that was B10, B12, B7, B13, B11, B7. And we need D11, A28 twice. I can get A28. A28. I see A29, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, just 28. Why does that look a lot bigger? That looks a lot bigger in the picture. Are we sure that's A28? Oh, okay. A20. Okay, A28 is a small piece. And we're putting A28 on the big stuff we've already built. I thought A28 was the big piece. So A28 for this piece, for the one arm, and A28 for the other one. Let's try and move this forward a little bit. Oh. The only problem with model making is for some reason, for me, it's a murder. Make sure to move your neck around a little bit. Oof. Yeah, make sure to move your neck around. I'll get such a stiff neck if I don't, because you'll get so focused and staring at, and also have bad posture, but you'll get so focused on staring at one thing, and your neck will just get stuck in a place. Oh, do like little, I don't know what they're called, but just do little circles. Help with the muscles. Oh, all right. All right, so we've got A28. Now we need D11, which I'm assuming is the big boys over here. That's the P. That's the P there. That's what she said. So 2 D11s. 9, 10, 11. Which one's still connected? I popped 3 of them, I thought, or did I pop 2 of them? It's the pop 2. There we go. That or I popped 3 and it was just so tight that I couldn't get it out. That's what he said? Oh, that's why I popped on the other side. I cut one of the things on the other side. Make sure you're paying attention to what you're doing. No, it really is. I cut both of them. It pinches it in there, so be careful when you're taking out those pieces. We're gonna have to smooth that out. Yeah, I took a little bit of a chunk out of that one. The other one's almost perfect, but that one looks like it. Yeah, took a divot. It's so small, it's gonna be, the camera's not gonna pick it up. But there's like a little dimple. Looks like a, it looks like someone, like, a zit thing. What it, someone's had really bad zits and they got holes in their face. I can't remember what those are called. Kind of looks like that. We have to buff that out. So that's D11, and we have A28. So we need get out of my way. And we need D7, D10, D8. Why are we stuck here? Keeps sticking. I don't know if it's there's something sticky on there or if it just keeps getting stuck into the. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and just take D6 out here because that's going on the other arm. They are sticky for some reason. Like it's not There you go. It's not sticky because like there's something on it, but I don't know. Maybe the spring needs some oiling. So that was D7, D6, D10, D10. So there's two of them, and we'll need both, one for each arm. I can't tell if it's. Oh, there we go. Come here. Come here. So D8. It was D10, so D8. There they are, right in the middle. I'm gonna go back to the other ones. These ones are acting funny. They're acting funny. D8 is on the right arm. Yes. So D9's on the left. All right, now we need C19 and C22. Oh. C19, C22. Pop. Love that sound. Pop. I don't even know if you guys can really hear it over the... And pop. That one didn't really pop, unfortunately. Ah! Oops. So that's oh shit. Oops. I think this is 20. That's 19. I needed 19 and 22. So 22. Mm-hmm. 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 And snip. It's 22, 21. Get in there. It's a little too close. No, we got it. Mm. 19 and 22, 21 and 20. I'm sure there's nothing else I missed. Doesn't look like it. There's a lot of random numbers. There's lots of ones and twos kind of in there. Okay. All right, next one is C6. Need C6 for both of them. C6, C6. Two C6s. This one's kind of a thick one and close to it. I would try to make sure to snap away from the structure or away from your piece. Yeah, there we go. Oh, whew. It popped off with some force. All right, that one was C6s, one for each. After that, we need... I don't know if they're optional hands. I don't know if there's more than one. A lot of these, a lot of them come with more than one hand because because they tend to have more than one weapon, and each hand has a different, like there's a handle for there's a hand for the sword, there's a hand for whatever. So I'm not going to put the hands on yet. I'll save it because I don't know which weapon I want to use. Oops. I'm thinking about doing like the whip thing, whatever this is. It's what we had, that long metal. Well, shoot, where's it? Oh, there it is. Just making sure I didn't lose it. Luckily, it's partially stuck under the laptop. This long metal thing. It goes into one of the slots, and it's kind of like I think it's like a whip thing. I'm not quite sure. It looks cool though. So there's that. Should probably put that. I think that was originally in the box. I'm not quite sure where I want to put that. I feel like I'm gonna lose it. I really do feel like I'm gonna lose that. Oh, put that over there. So we're gonna leave the hands off. Leave it hands off. So this should be all the pieces then. So the good thing about the hands is they pop in at like just like the head. They have a socket that you can usually pop that you pop right in. So if you leave the hands to the last thing, you can make both hands. You make both hands. You can switch the hands in and out whenever you want. This looks like this. I'm not quite sure which piece is going to be the socket, but we'll see here at the end. You can switch in and out which hands you want for whichever weapon. This one looks like it has at least a melee weapon. A lot of them have a gun and a melee. Actually, let me check the box here real quick. As soon as I get this next episode going, I just move the box. And of course, I just put the wire in the box. Let's see here. So his thing is like a giant, it's like a giant whip sword. No, so he's got, so the thing I showed you is a sword. It's a giant sword. And he's got like a energy blade thing that you attach to his shoulder. And that's what the metal thing's attached to. Does he have a gun? Doesn't look like he has a gun. It looks like he has like bear claws or something. Huh. Yeah, he's got like little, he's got claws on his feet, and he's got claws in his hand, like on his hand. That's really cool. Let's see if I can show it. I'm trying to get a right angle here. Let's just pull this up a little bit. So here's the whip thing right here. So like an energy blade coming off the back, and then this comes off his shoulder. This is his sword, of course, this thing. And then he has these claws, and then he's got claws on his feet here. And then he's got some, I don't know what these are. This might be the energy blade over here retracted. You can't see it. I think this is this long thing right here is the energy blade retracted. So this is the first one I've seen that doesn't look like he has any guns. He looks like he's completely like a melee brawler with that, I guess his projectile is that thing. It looks like a thing that shoots out of his back on a cord and hits stuff. Like it'll shoot out of his back, stick into stuff, and then retract back into his shoulder, which is kind of interesting. So he looks like he's totally a melee brawler. And then he's got claws on his feet and hand. So I like it. I like his design a lot. Maybe with all the designs I like, maybe I should try and watch a little. I know there's lots of Gundam. I have no idea why I could trump it. I think Iron Blooded Orphan is like its separate thing. Wait, is that right? It wasn't Iron Blooded, was it? I can't even keep the name straight. I think it is a separate thing, but just 1 second. Sorry. Got enough ads popping up here to pay for someone's college. So like since we were doing that, we made a couple of mistakes here and there, but they're easy to figure out and fix, even if I pick the wrong pieces by accident. And but that makes it easy because you can put it together even quicker since you're doing everything at, I won't say everything at once, but you're doing similar things at once. Okay, let me readjust this. There we go. Like I said, oh, make sure you stretch your back and your neck. Mm-hmm. Let's trim that. This blue is really gorgeous. It's really easy to cut too deep and get like the white underneath of it, or get like a whitish lighter blue to appear. Okay, I think we can smooth that out. I trimmed most of it off, but it does have, like I said, I don't know if you can really see it, a little bit of discoloration here. I really need to find a way to get that to focus. I mean, trust me, I'm very, very appreciative. It's much better camera than, I don't know if it's my fault and it's not focusing. Maybe there is a way to get to focus. Be careful when doing like colors. I would say like blues. It's easier to like hide in yellows and reds, I think. But things like blues and purples and stuff like that, the plastic likes to seep through a lighter version of the color if you mess with the plastic, if it warps or something. So like I trimmed these both down perfect and they're smooth, but there's a slight discoloration on each one. So this is where I don't know if Bandai Namco makes paints in the exact same colors as their or makes, yeah, I'm not sure. This is something I haven't looked into yet. I'm still relatively new. Let's see, I'm on my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think this is the sixth. This is my sixth one. My sixth Gundam. The rest of them, they're all small, the small ones. You know, I got RG and HG. It seems to be going. It actually seems to be going away a little bit with the sandpaper. Yeah, that one went away almost perfectly. All right, both of them actually went away, so that wasn't bad. I just need to get it polished now. Okay, that worked pretty good. Even after polishing it, it's pretty smoothed out, and there's like no lines. It looks like from the sandpaper, so that worked out a lot better than I had. You know, I'd worried. A lot of times, a lot of the discoloration on my older piece, on my first ones, are still there. So I'm gonna have to. I would like to go back and fix those. So now, like I said, I don't worry as much about these darker ones because they're the skeletal system. Discoloration is not a big deal. So just make sure uh, as long as they're smooth as a baby's bottom. But they are pretty soft compared to the other ones, so I wouldn't use sandpaper on them, or at least use very very light sandpaper. Hmm. Sorry, should probably be talking. The one thing nice about model making and stuff like that is, I mean, you really just can get yourself lost in it for hours. I mean, sometimes, I mean, not sometimes, most of the time, I put something on in the background, Star Trek, the anime or J drama, Korean drama, something. But you really can just, I guess, get lost in the craftsmanship of it. It's like building Lego or any other kind of construction. It really helps. Like it really feels like a male kind of orientated stuff. It doesn't require that hard physical labor of like building something massive like a house or something, but it really kind of feels that same primalness, I guess. Of creating stuff. Like that's why like when I'm making airplanes and stuff, I'm having a hard time with the painting. It partially because it's harder because I don't have someone to teach me. I learn by example a lot easier. So if I have someone here helping me doing it, I can pick it up a lot easier. Doing either learning, teaching it myself, or learning it via just failing and doing is hard for me. So, but if someone else shows me how to do it, uh, and I can learn via that way, then I tend to pick it up a lot quicker. Uh, but I'm the putting together. I enjoy the putting together a lot. I like building the stuff, so that's why I also like building the Bandai, a lot of the other Bandai Namco stuff. Because even if you don't paint it, like the Star Wars stuff, it's fun to put together. And a lot of times, you really don't need to paint it, and it still looks good. All right, I'm gonna clear that off. This is obviously a joint right here. It's probably gonna be the shoulder, elbow. I'm not quite sure yet. Oh, sorry, just a second. Of course, I'm getting stupid things popping up on the screen, and it pops up right over the chat section. So if someone were to actually talk, then it would wouldn't even be able to see it. I think that was all clear. All right, those are pretty cleared. This one's got a big chunk on it, so I'm gonna take the sharper ones, the sharper wire cutters. Get in there. And just try and take a little bit of a chunk off. Come on off. There we go. There's about half of it. Now this is also part part of a joint, so make sure it's just smoothed out because once it's inside there, you want to make sure it's moves. It doesn't catch on anything, but it doesn't have to look as pretty as the outside pieces. Also, like I said, this is softer, so probably don't try and use sandpaper on it unless it's really low grit. Careful, there's a really low lip here on this piece. So when it connects right next to the low lip, when you're trimming it, just be careful because you could accidentally just take out the lip. So all right. That one's almost done. Sorry. I got a dog and I really need to vacuum more, but little bugger. It's cold out here, so I don't like cut her hair short. And she's a shedder. Hair all over the place. Doo-doo. All right, I think this one had 3 connectors, so that didn't come out very well. But I mean, it came off, but I want to make sure this part looks like it's going to be exposed because it's more detailed, but the rest of it doesn't look. All right, so that's one checkpoint. Okay, I think that one's all done. All right, don't forget we got this tiny little piece. Always be careful. I have knocked so many on the floor before and had to go searching for like, I don't know about hours, but for a while. All right, this one's a real easy one. At least I thought it was. But this one's kind of weird. I can't remember. It is. I don't think it was connected twice, but it's got two pieces. So I don't know if it had some like leftover. It might have had like when it was pulled out of the mold, it had some leftover stuff. Hopefully I didn't just take off something I shouldn't have. No, I think I just did. Yep, I think I just did. There's these little lips. So I got to make sure, yeah. Pay attention to that. So this model on what piece is this? This is D11. On the arms has these little bumps that look just like where the connectors are that connected to the frame. So just make sure you don't take those off. Now, luckily, I took the smallest one off, so hopefully that doesn't. I don't know if it pops in somewhere, or that's what it does. Hopefully, it's not a big deal. I've done that before, taking small things off. I mean, just the other day, we accidentally almost cut something off that we weren't supposed to. So. That one didn't come off the best. I'm not doing the best on this piece. Now this is really soft grit, so I'm using it on the dark piece. All right, that buffed out some of the stuff, the divots that I messed up in. Take that and try to polish some of it out. All right, we're about halfway done with the right arm. Remember, it's, from your perspective, it's upside down from your perspective, isn't it? I didn't even realize that. Or is it upside down? Yeah, it is upside down. Oops. Probably just knock off. I should turn the camera around. Probably should have turned everything around. Let's do that. Just a second. This whole time, I didn't realize everything was upside down. Let's try this. Let's see how bad I screw this up. Give me a sec. This settles in here. Oops. You can see me. I don't want you to see me. I want you to see the table. There we go. Sorry for the camera troubles. Hopefully. There we go. Not bad. There. Now you're not upside down. See? Stream 2. Maybe by stream 10, we'll get it all figured out. It's still weird. Everything's flipped around. So. Just because the camera's facing the same direction I am, I would think it makes me feel like everything should be on the correct side. Dun, 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 dun. I don't even know what this part goes to. It looks like it's a hinge, not a hinge, but like a tendon. A lot of times they actually have like what would look like a tendon in a lot of the pieces. They'll have a tendon or a ligament looking piece. So. Okay. We got. I left big chunks on this one. Just being careful of taking it off the frame. So I'm gonna try and. Oop, that one just popped right off. So don't need to worry about that one. But this one, you're gonna pop right off. You want to be my buddy? That came off easy. So. All right, that back side. This looks. I think this is like the. Is this the shoulder? This is part of the shoulder. Looks right. Sorry, I got to pull it close to my. Oops. I got to pull it close to my face to see it, and it goes out of frame. I'll try and set up the camera a little bit better next time to see if I can get it closer. Come on. Come on. Got most of it. A little residue left. What I'm trying to do is not take a divot out of this because it's circular. It's harder to fix once. It's harder to polish up and fix once you fuck it up. So took a little bit out by accident, so we'll try and smooth it. I think it's good. Once I get good at making these without much issue, I would love to do some battle damage ones. I'd always love to do like a scene of a couple of them fighting or something, and like have some like torn apart. Especially since they're the smaller ones, I don't think I would ever want to do that to some of the bigger ones if I ever make some of the more expensive, like $100, $200 ones. But some of the like 20, $15, $20, 31, maybe, I don't know about the $30 ones even. My pocketbook would probably scream at me. But, the cheaper ones. One of these, the one I'm doing right now, I think was $24, or it was 20 or $24. So, and this one looks pretty cool. This one's, what is it, HG, which I think is like a higher level detail. It has more pieces, I think, and higher level detail. So this was done. That's done. This is not done. Not done. I'm watching, I think I said it a couple times now, I'm watching the Japanese J-drama Radiation House, Radiation 2, about Japanese doctors and radiologists. And this guy, one of the guys is always going on, he's going through a dating app. and trying to get dates and stuff. And one girl he's met is this poor girl's can't recognize faces. This is an actual condition. There's a part of the brain where people like recognize faces, human faces. Oh, and I just couldn't imagine not being able to like I'm not good with some faces, but just imagine just not being able to see faces at all. Almost like you'd have to recognize people by their body size or other attributes somehow. They're just by their voice or whatever. Like this, she literally just has a notebook of a whole bunch of stuff. Dog, are you barking at me? What's up? What you doing, puppy? What you doing, puppy? What's wrong? What's wrong? Sorry, I got puppy and she's barking at me. What you doing? Do you have to go potty? Do you have to? Oh, okay. Okay. Hey, get off the headset. It's okay. Careful. There's a knife in my hand. Careful. I don't want you to get stabbed. Sorry, she's bumping the table. I got a little Jack Russell Terrier, and she's trying to jump up into my lap because she gotta go potty. Yes, I know. I'll take you outside, okay? You gotta go potty. You gotta go poopy. Let me let her outside the door here real quick and see if she'll just go pee and come inside. If she tries to go across the street, then that means she's got to go number 2. So, give me just a second. See if she'll just run outside and go pee. Give me 1 second. What? No, you don't gotta go pee. Where are you going? You gotta go potty? Is that what you want? Are we gonna go outside? Are we gonna go potty? What do you want? Oh, you want food. What? Why do you want food? I made a miscalculation. She wanted food. She might come back and bug me in a second. Well, usually after she eats is about a half an hour, and then she'll go outside and go to the bathroom. All right, so we just did this. Okay, and this tab here. I think there's 3, if I remember correctly. Okay, I think it's all of them. Let's get the other one. Stretch my neck. Stretch. Come on. I took not a huge chunk, but still didn't like taking that. Definitely a divot. I think we smoothed out most of it. There we go. All right, so we left some big chunks on here. Let's go ahead and take these, pop them off. There we go. Nice and smooth as baby's bottom. Where are the? Oh, they're right there. That's a weird place to put them. Okay. Careful as you're trimming, especially with so many pieces, you're going to get a whole bunch of stuff on them. So just make sure to like wipe them off as you're putting them together. Otherwise, you're going to have a whole bunch of random plastic inside some of these divots and stuff. Like just tap them out, when you're putting them together before you put them together. Oh, my neck is murdering me. Gotta remember to move it. I'll just stay in one spot for like 40 minutes. Ba-bum, ba-bum. Is that it? Just the two spots? There's plastic all over the place. Stretch. Stretch. Stretch, 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 stretch. All right, onto the other arm. Dun, 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 dun. All right, let's see if we can just pop this off. That worked. Mm-hmm. 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 All right. Okay. Probably gonna need a pair of clippers. Go. That just shot at me and went down my shirt. It looks okay. Maybe we should do a little sanding though. Ugh. Where? looks pretty good. If I need something good to polish and buff out the sandpaper stuff, has been the world of difference. Sanding stuff down is great, but I used to just leave it, and it would flatten and everything, but then it would just look terrible. I wouldn't say terrible, but it wouldn't look the best. And then once I found just, you know, I just kind of learned it myself, just figured it out myself, just using lower grits until I just found just like a silk little like eyeglass sheet, since it came with the sandpaper. And it just makes all the difference to make it look nicer. And you don't have any lines and discoloration. So come on, you. Uh-oh. Did I just take a huge chunk out of there? It's a huge chunk, but not good. Not pretty. I mean, if you want it to look battle damaged and scarred and like weathered, using just a little low grit paper and running it across, not a bad thing. But I guess if you really just don't, if you want it to look newer, buffing it out with something soft, silk, or not silk, but soft material works really nice. For some reason, this one is leaving lines. Weird. It's not bad. It's just more noticeable than the last pieces. All right, give me 1 second. Episode 3 has finished. Do, 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 do. I think they end every episode with somebody collapsing. This is stupid. Website buffers. All right, this one doesn't have anything on top. I think that's where one of the parts were connected. This one practically needs no work. A little discoloration, but hello there, Mr. Hair. All right, you ready to work now? Okay. Sorry, that was actually really funny. My dad humor. All right, we gotta make sure since this is a hinge, be careful. I love in Japanese dramas and K dramas when the parents are always trying to be like trying to get to not dump, but like trying to get their kid married off. They find like someone that's looks good, and they're like, "You want to marry my, want to marry my son? You want to marry my daughter?" I don't know. It just I think it's funny when they're all excited. They're like, "Oh, you look so handsome! Look at those arms. You got great birthing hips. You want to marry my grandson? My grandson?" So it's comical. I don't know. It's just funny. Okay, that's pretty smooth. All right. Um, did I take too much of this off? I did a terrible job cutting this. Looks clear. Oh my goodness, my neck. If I ever get rich, I'm just gonna hire a personal masseuse to follow me around. Just be like, just whenever I need them to massage my shoulders. I got the worst Oh, I won't say the worst, but I got really bad. They just always they're so stiff, muscles always tight. Whenever anyone touches them, they hurt. They're like one of the first things to hurt on my body. They're always, ugh. It's probably just I got bad posture, like I said, so I'm like hunched over a table. I should probably bring the item to my. If I had good posture, I'd bring the item to my face and stuff. But I'm hunched over, neck, bad posture. It's probably my fault. But ever since I was young, I had bad soldiers. I had bad soldiers. I had bad shoulders. When I was little, my parent like I didn't like anyone touching my shoulders. It wasn't until I was older that it, they eventually started feeling better when I get like a deep tissue massage. You have to really get in there and work out the knots and stuff because like they're like rocks. Did I screw this one up too? I don't think so. Making sure I didn't take off the little nubs. Gotta make sure not to take off the little nubs. Just cut down the little connecting parts. Wasn't bad. All right. getting pretty close here. I'll kind of put them both together. Oh, ow. I'll put them to go. I'll put them both together at the same time. I love how they're talking about being one of the things is the mom's trying to get her married off. She's 40 years old. It's like, well, you're not going to have grandkids. You're 40. I guess technically you might be able to have grandkids, but dude, that's going to kill your body. Like, you're going to have so many bad side effects from that. Like, you have no idea. Even nowadays, it's like it's still like a medical, not miracle, but it's still pretty miraculous. Women of that age having children. It's crazy. People waiting into their late 30s or even mid 30s to start having kids. It's such a lie. Like the have it all, have a family, for women. Like the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Seems to be a big topic of discussion, especially like in J dramas and Korean dramas. Quite often, women in their 40s trying to, or yeah, 30s and 40s trying to get married and have kids, and like nobody. It's like, yeah, everyone's looking for the younger people. They're looking for the women that can actually have kids, and you're not going to have to pay for IVF and all the other stuff. It's such the big, like I said, it's just the biggest lie. The greed of I can have it all. I can't tell. Yeah, these are tabs. So like, I don't even have a problem if the woman has the career and the guy stays at home and watches the kids. I mean, it's still good for the woman to probably stay to plan out and stay for at least a year or something with the child, because there's a lot of there's a lot of bonding and connecting and stuff that happens within that first year. Um, especially if you have a job that requires you to be away for a long time, but or have like hopefully have a job that really would work with you with intermittent leave, where maybe you don't take a whole year off like all at once, or 6 months or maternity leave all off at once, where you can like work do like half days, or you can do like a week on, a week off, or something like that. That way you can like kind of spread it out. That way you can still work part something. I don't know. But in the end, when the kids uh, pass the 1 year mark, or a certain, I guess I would say a certain period. I'm not exactly sure where. I wouldn't mind the woman working in like having a stay at home dad, especially if it always depends on who people's circumstances, whatever works best for them. So, but just the idea that they always try to tell every woman that they can have it. Like, you can be a CEO and have a family. Like, how the fuck do you think you're gonna like? How do you think you're gonna fit in being a doctor and a parent, a full time parent? I mean, it's hard enough to be a father and have a stay at home wife and do it, right? Like, just think of like how much the dad has to work, and you have a stay at home mother that has to watch the kids and take care of everything at home, like, and how much the husband alone isn't there. Then think about it. Then you're even with split responsibility. If you're both working, if you're both working, and she's also trying to take care of the kids. Even if you split, if you both have a job and try to split the kid responsibilities, just think how little you're going to see your children. Like, what's the even point of having them? It just becomes a pet at that point, pretty much. That's funny. You just said something about hip movements providing bowel movements, doing dances to prevent to stop constipation. It's exactly why I go walking, to keep me regular. Good constitution. I think that's okay. That looks pretty good. That's the other thing too. I think it's a terrible saying. It says woman marriage is a woman's happiness. I think I think I think I think it should be a marriage. Marriage is everybody's happiness. Like going through life alone is like the worst thing ever. It's terrible to think like being like you're being attached to somebody, like you're being dragged down by somebody, but also like just for as many guys, it's their like it's just their happiness too. I hate like I get that there's the idea, not just the idea, but the fact that women tend to be more about people and have more emotional attachment and stuff like that. But oh, ouch! Mama just took a dive. But I think for both men and women, uh, your happiness, like even if you find happiness in work, if whatever you find happiness in, if you don't have someone to spend be with at the time, then a lot of times your happiness is just not as grand. If you don't have someone to share with, then you're just not happy. I mean, that's why everyone reaches out in some way towards people. there's no, it is the rarest of cases. Even like, there's no one that cuts off all utter connections to people or whatever. Even if we look for it through television or video games or something, we still look through connections and do stuff like that. No one just goes into the middle of the jungle, cuts off all people, and there might be very, very, very few. There might be somebody out there. Don't get me wrong. There's usually never a no one or never. So, all right, I think that's the last one. So we will start putting these together. Let's go ahead and move. Let me move these out of the way real quick. Set them up here on the side of the box so I can see the instructions as clearly as possible. Don't fall, please. There we go. See the instructions as clear as possible. Let me move my polisher out of the way. Let me stretch my back. Hopefully I'll get a little bit more fortitude in my back. Okay, so most of the pieces should be relatively in the right order. I think I might have moved some out of the right. So we'll just go down and put one together and put the other together. Did I already notice them? I think I already found a. Well, you could probably see that. Oh yeah, you could definitely see that. See that light patch right there? That's the discoloration I'm talking about. It's a little bit lighter in the camera for some reason. It's picking it up. But if I polish it, or if I go ahead and not polish, if I sand it, I think I can buffer it out. We've had luck buffering everything else. I think I got most of it. The polish. Let's see how bad it shows. It's still there, but it's not as bad. It's not as bright as, I don't know why the camera shows it so bright, but it does. It also looks like this is the inside part. This is the outside, so you're not going to get to see this. I just wanted it to be, I wanted it to be smooth. So it looks like there's stickers for this, but I think we can put them on afterwards. So I don't think it's a necessity to put them on now. So we'll leave those alone for now. It looks like you hold the piece like this, and you have the piece like this, and then you go like that. Yep. So in case I didn't see, I think we're good. Well, I think it's stuck in there now. I don't know if I can pull it out. Oops. All right. Let's see how this one pops in. I cannot see how that works. Okay, it looks like this pops in like this. I think, anyways. There we go. Trying to. There we go. So we got two little divots, two racks here, and then this has got a. I don't know what you would call it, just a thing sticking up here. So the thing sticking up literally sticks up in the air. Well, it's upside down right now, I should say. It has it going, everything going down. So I turned it around upside down. So I have it upside. If you have it upside down, it's sticking up and pops in here. Okay, I think. So if you turn it around the right way, so the shoulders plate is up, the part sticking for the gray part, it should be sticking down and it should be in the back. So it'll be, it'll be in the back shoulder, I believe. All right, so this is 24 and 27. So it looks like this faces this way, ball hinge going this way, and then this goes down. I hate that. And marriage, oh, it's difficult. I couldn't imagine getting married. Everyone's like, oh, look for your happiness. Marriage is difficult, so I'm not going to be married. It's just like, no, I hate like modern generations of people. If things are difficult, they bail or they just don't do it. Of course, marriage is difficult. Life is difficult. Why don't you just go walk off a pier? Like life is difficult. You would think they give up most things. It's like, oh, it's too difficult. Do we? All right, wait. Okay, so this pops in here. There we go. Yep. That. Oh no. Had a dog hair stuck in there. All right. So we got that so far. Stop doing that. So now we need B10, B12, and the B7 part. I can just think of the last couple generations, how many bloodlines have ended. How many bloodlines have ended because of people not having kids? For generations and generations and generations and generations and generations, people have struggled to survive and have kids in order to continue their families and stay alive, and you know, and their lineages thrived, and then all of a sudden it comes down to this one people, and they're like, it's too hard. It's modern times, and it's too hard. Trying to pay for a family, it's too hard. I don't have enough money. Like, oh god. Like, someone lived through the depression. Somebody in your family lived through the depression and was able to raise a family. Somebody in your family was able to live through the dark ages. Somebody in your family was able to through the live through plagues and wars. It's like, it's, at least especially in America, it's like, if you're homeless, you could probably raise a family. So it's just because Americans have become so darn lazy. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm saying they've become lazy. So, difficult. I just want to be myself. I just want to sit down and watch panda videos, cat videos. Sorry, that was my tangent from my J drama about that mother trying to get her. I mean, obviously her mother was happy with her father, and she's worried about her daughter being alone. And I understand it, especially if they are happy. They want someone to be there to protect and help her daughter when she's no longer there. And that's the whole point of Emily. And yes, there's a chance it doesn't work out, but that's the whole point of trying to pick somebody, that's reliable. You don't pick some random schlob off the street and go, I choose you, Pikachu. Also, like, choosing somebody with similar moral values, even if, like, you don't have the same hobbies, or you have lots of different likes and dislikes, as long as you have similar moral values, a lot of that stuff tends to go a long way. I think so. That was the B10, B12, and B7 pieces, and then we took the A28, popped it in the top, and then this is the D11. Now, it says to leave it open, and that's a piece by itself. So we got the shoulder up top, this piece by itself, and then we take 3 pieces here. D7 with this. I'm trying to figure out how this is going to go. Let's go pop this on top. I think that's right. Pop. Now this, it seems like, all right, so this seems to stay open. Okay, I might have mixed these up. There we go. Yep. So it says on the piece of paper, this for step 1, this goes into this, if I understand correctly. Let's go in. There we go. Okay, there we go. So goes on the outside here, pops in. There is a little nub, the nub on the other side. It goes in a little piece on this white part. So make sure you pop it in there. So that's one. Then you take this piece we just made on the last step, and this is 2. So I'm trying to figure out how this goes. Okay, it looks like it goes like this. So it goes on the inside. So this is open. Hopefully I've been in the right spot here. I really hope. I think. So it looks like it's supposed to say open. Then here. Pop this on. This will be 3. Oops, hold up. Something looks like it's going to come in. Something's going to connect in here, or we can put something in here. I like all these little hidden compartments and stuff that you ever. Then we go this. Is this right? Pop this on here. There we go. Sorry if you didn't see that white part of it's a kneecap. Last piece, C6, popped on the front here, just above this big circle. Now I'm looking to see. It looks like there's a little bit here I could buff out right here. That was exposed, and I think I could buff out a little bit here. I tried to buff it out before, but it didn't buff out as good as I wanted. This looks okay. The rest of it looks all right. Holy crap, what the heck? Did I fuck up the back here? Or... There's a whole bunch of like extra plastic. I'm guessing it's just kind of the molding. So I could do a little buffing and cleaning on this. And then put the top on. What was the last step? Well, sorry, the last step is the wait, what? Wait, I'm doing something wrong. Okay. Okay. So I was trying to put the ball point in the socket. We want the non-ball point, just a stick part here. Stick part going in. Pop. All right. And that is right arm. So we kept the hand off because we're not sure. There's two hands. Not sure which one we're going to use right away. So now I'll be honest. This one... Ew. This isn't as... Did I do something? Can I turn? This one's quite bulky. A lot of the other models that I've done so far tend to have a joint somewhere in here. Like I will have a hand joint here, but yeah, we'll see. I kind of wish there was something that I could pivot right here, but I mean, I don't think it looks bad. It just kind of feels bulky. The arms are also going to be very heavy. Hopefully the body can counterweight it. The body looks cool and the head looks cool though. So hopefully this comes into... Can I get this thing to focus? I can never get this thing to focus. Maybe if I took the paper out from underneath, it'll focus better. Oh, it's doing a little bit there. So that's with the right arm. And it is heavy. I don't know. Surprisingly, that arm is surprisingly heavy. So I might need to get a platform for it right away. I'm going to wonder if it's going to stand up on its own. All right, let's go ahead and put the other one together now. And I just noticed I already missed a part. So... Luckily, it was easy. All right. Shiraberu. Japanese word of the day. Shiraberu. To look into something. Okay, so same thing as before. Blue piece, shoulder pad. So top view, it's going to look like going in like this. This is the outside, of course. Body's going to be on the inside. Or if you're going to flip it over, it's going to look like this. Did I also mess this one up? Ugh. Either I was going too fast or I just really messed up and didn't see it. I could have swore I got this one. Didn't we? I could have swore we got this one. I remember going over the fact that like it had a, it was going to have a terrible color discoloration or whatever. They grabbed the wrong one. Oh, the outside is polished, so remember this is gonna be on the inside, so we don't have to worry about this one. You're not gonna see this at all. And actually, it doesn't discolor it at all, really. So it's smooth. So, ooh, all right, stretch time, real quick. Oh, my back has been in the same position for like 20 minutes. It is screaming at me. Should probably limit my model making to like 2 hours. All right, so pop that in. Once this pops in, it is like hard to get out for some reason. All right, so this one's in, and then we go to part A36, which is this one again. So if you're looking at it upside down again, remember the part that's sticking upwards goes, well, it's sticking upwards. Pop it in like show. Then that should, then we got to go and get, something's got moved around on the thing. So we need this piece. This is B16 and A23. So B16, we're going to have the ball point out facing left, the other part facing upwards, and have this hook go in like this. Can you see it? I'm trying to hold it by the ball point. There we go. So this is A16. It goes on here and just push it in. And then it's just one, it becomes the elbow joint. And then we'll go ahead and take this, and you take the hook, this hook that was facing up, turn it upside down, and you want the ball point facing in with the hook facing down, and hook it on to that black piece that we hooked on the inside, that we put on the inside. So it should look like this when all done. We got the blue shield on the outside and it moves. This is the shoulder joint right here, and it moves. And then what else here? Is that it? Yeah, that's about it. So that's what it looks like on the inside. There you go. That looks not bad. Close it back up. All right. So then that gets set aside because then we're going to make a separate piece. Give me 1 second. Episode's over with. If only next episode was an automatic thing everywhere. Let's see here. Okay, yeah, we didn't miss anything on it. All right. We need B11, 13, B7. So we can take B11 here, flip it around so all the snap-in circle pieces are facing towards us. B13 so that the circle part that we're going to stick into the other circles is face it away. Snap it in up top. Pop. There we go. B7 goes on the bottom. Put that there. Just a second. I hate pop-up hats. I hate them. Go. Come on. Just work. Just work. Dude, come on. You can do it. There we go. Okay. This one is... All right. Once we have that, then we need A28 at the top. And D11. A28 goes in. Trying to make sure I go the right way. So it's got a little peg here at the bottom that goes down. Make sure the peg is going down. I don't know if you can see it because they're so close together, but just remember, little peg goes down, pop it in into the circle, and just squeeze it till it's closed. Then D11 right here, pop into the joint socket. Then that goes aside. Then we need these three parts. D10. Oops. D10. D6. D6 and D9. Sorry, that's a good joke. They were doing CPR on a fridge like it was a person, and someone thought it was an actual person. Who's dead? Who's dead? And they're all crying. They're like, the fridge is dead. And they're all sad about the food inside. I'm sorry. I'm too... Dad jokes are just too much my thing. All right, so this is upside down. I need this turned around that way. This goes on top. All right, so this one, make sure the I can't remember what I even was calling it now. The connector, the spike thing is going this. No, I think I don't think that's right. Okay, we got to focus it this way. It looks like the... All right, so make sure the side that's completely enclosed, I guess, is faced away from you, and the side that's got like openings and everything is faced towards you. Then go ahead and take the one that has the plug and pop it in. That way it should look like it's kind of like one piece. I almost put it on the outside on the other side. Don't do that. Make sure it's flat, like it's like this. Don't put it on the outside. Then, all right, this is the one we need to go in a certain order. So take the piece that we did earlier, this one. This large joint goes in the circle or circular area right here. And then bottom fits right up along the side. Like they fit right together. And just make sure there's a little bump on the other on each side. Just make sure it snaps in there. Everything should snap into place, just like that. Then the piece we just made before, facing the same. It looks like, so this time having the plated side towards us, the flat side towards us. Fit it in the open area here and push it in the top part into the socket. And then you can go ahead and close it. Actually, no, leave it open. And then take the other part. This is C21. So the other side of the arm, and then pop it into where there's the sockets. There we go. So I don't know what these are for yet, but I think they're for holding weapons or holding something. But these come down and this comes out. So So that's the other arm. And then the last piece, other than the hands, of course, which we're holding back on, there's just two pieces. It's the hand and then the back of the hand. And the back of the hand comes off because you can slot. That's where you slot at least it depends. The left hand, it looks like holds one of the hands holds the weapon, and the other hand, you put like claws on. So that's kind of cool. But this part goes here. So I don't know really how to describe which side's up and down. You just have to look at the picture if you have it, but it's this little. There's a depression. There's a depression on the bottom left side, and there's a depression on the front right side. So just make sure those are on the bottom, the depressions, I guess. Or impressions. I'm not sure if it's an impression or a depression. Anyways, it's inwards. It's inwards. I don't think it'll work the other way anyways. So go ahead and it'll fit. And then pop it there on top. It should look like that. I think you can see it pretty well. The depression I'm talking about is that this this area right here. So make sure that's facing is on the bottom and in the back, and then that's how you know the piece is in the right way. It looks like it might actually go in, like you can flip it the other way, but otherwise it follows the kneecap perfectly if, as long as you fit it in this way. The other way it probably doesn't look right. So, and then you can close it up. And then oops, I forgot. Then since that's sorry, not the kneecap, that's the elbow or the the elbow joint. We go ahead and pop. I guess it's not the elbow joint, it's the inner arm joint. I don't know what you would call that. So, oh shoot. Well, putting that in, my inner arm popped off. Is there a chance I might have mixed? Oh, that should be right. What am I doing wrong? Am I doing wrong? No? Okay. I was just being unforgiving. All right. So there is our arm. This is our lefty arm. Not sure if he's a lefty or righty yet. Let's see. I don't know what he's holding the weapon in. And then we go ahead and pop that into the arm socket. And there we go. Without the hands, it looks like he has two giant. You could actually leave the hands off and just looks like he has two cannons. Yeah, I kind of like that. Kind of cool modification. I know that's for Gundam. I bet you for Gundam builders, that's probably like forbidden. I like making modifications to a lot of stuff. I like going off the plan, but it just makes it look, especially how thick his arms are. It makes like they look like grenade launchers or missile launchers. So yeah, but thanks for stopping in. Whoever we had a couple of people stop in. I really appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out. If you liked any of this, I'd really appreciate it if you thumbs it up. If you subscribe on the main channel, I don't really do many live streams. I plan on doing Gunpla. I think that's right. Look, I put the stuff together. I don't know a lot of the terminology, but building Gundam. So I'm planning on building some Gundam. I work on model airplanes. I probably plan on doing some model train stuff too. I do model Star Wars stuff, but also I plan on doing some art, mainly drawing stuff. I do a lot of drawing, so pencils and stuff like that. Also on the main channel, so that's what I'm going to be streaming. A lot of the stuff on the channel right now is stuff from Twitch. I stream video games every day, each afternoon, usually from noon to 10 o'clock, noon to midnight in that time frame, Eastern American time. And I put my playthroughs and any streams and stuff like that over onto YouTube. I'm hoping to do other types of videos on YouTube. I'm just getting used to all the editing and microphone and camera and everything right now. It's really new to me. So I'm hoping to do some videos. I also have been recording videos on my laptop of Magic the Gathering Arena recently. I'm going to do more of those. I did some a while ago. It was a new thing, but I'm going to start doing some more of those now that I got my setup. I had to not move places, but I was helping out. I was helping out somewhere with my parents because they had surgeries. So, and now I've got them set back up, and I'm going to do some more Magic the Gathering stuff. some Magic the Gathering Arena videos, and so those will be coming back to YouTube. But other than that, I want to be doing some videos of of like video game reviews, but also I want to do stuff like uh, stuff about J dramas and Korean dramas, stuff that I watch. So anything that I'm really, I guess, into. So I'll do stuff about model making. I'll do stuff about video games, videos about video games. I'll do stuff about entertainment. So if there's not, I mean, there's some cool stuff in America and Hollywood and HBO and stuff like that. But there's a lot of stupid stuff out there too, and there's a lot of cool stuff out in Korea and India and a lot of different places. So there's a lot of cool entertainment, and I'm going to be watching and finding some of the interesting things out there that I like, and trying to kind of get people to find interest in it. I think like Korea especially, and India are really coming up on Hollywood, and there's some really cool stuff out there, stuff based on manga, stuff based on just really good writers and stuff like that. So that's what's planning on coming. So if you're interested in that, yeah, subscribe. Otherwise, if you like the stream, just give it a like and a thumbs up. So I appreciate everyone stopping in. You guys have a good one. I don't know when the next one will be. I'm going to try maybe start doing this as a regular thing. I'm just going to have to try and find a setup. Do come to our Discord if you want to know when I'm doing stuff. I have a Discord. There's a link on my Twitch homepage, which you can find. It's just the Armchair Grump, all one word, if you want to look it up. Same spelling as my YouTube. Otherwise, there should be a link in any of my YouTube videos. There's a link down in the description, and you can come to our Discord, hang out, chat, find out what games we're playing. I'm trying to tell people when I'm going to be streaming in there more often, but also I'll tell you when I'm streaming over on YouTube. That way you'll get notifications. That's hopefully where notifications will be going up, because I don't have a Twitter, or I don't have any other major communication platform. So yeah, so that's all the information I really got. You have a good one. Hopefully I'll be back tomorrow, because I wasn't feeling super great, and this was the easiest thing for me to do at the moment. Doing video games and stuff was not making me feel super great, just because of the lights, motion, and stuff like that. So so hopefully I'll be back tomorrow. I do have a doctor's appointment, so I'll be out for a little bit, but hopefully I'll do a little streaming, and then I'll be out for a little bit, and then I'll come back and do some more streaming. So you have a good one, and we'll be back to do some more of this Gundam. And after we do this Gundam, the plan is to work on where is it? Give me a second. Where did I put it? Well, I think it's called the Razorback. It's Mando's ship from the Mandalorian. It's a small model. It's not a big model. It's like I think it's a 140. It's not a 144th. I think it's even smaller. It's probably only like 3 or 4 inches. It's probably like this big. It's probably like 3 or 4 inches at most long, like 2.5, 3. So, but the idea is to do some really nice painting on it and stuff like that, and get some practice. And then I'm going to get some TIE fighters and X-Wings, some smaller, not some big, not even like medium sized models, but some really small models. So again, to work on my painting, and we'll be doing some of those. But I have more Gundam, and we'll go back and forth and do both. So, yeah, anyways, all up to date. You have a good one. Bye-bye now.